Blinds are 500, 1 million. So our short stack has 10 million, 10 big blinds, and two others with only 12 and 14 big blinds. Chipley in the first hand. Does he want to lay down a marker? Nope. Sensible fold. Looks. I thought he was young with the hoodie, but he looks a mature poker player. Queen Jack suited. Biggish stack, second in chips now. Peter. From Czech Republic. Short stack can't do anything about that. And we're on to our big blind. He has an ace. How's he going to play it? Poland's Marek. It's a fine jumper he's wearing there. Just decides to call. Doesn't want to get too involved too early with a raggy ace. He's hit his bottom pair. Let's see how Peter wants to play it though. Yeah, check, okay. Decided not to follow up move. Three spades now, dangerous board for both players. At the moment the six is still winning. A queen or a jack only, but four spades will stop any action. I think we'll see this check down. Unless Peter wants to make a... oh, in fact he's bluffing with the best hand. Marek and seek 3. Cannot get a call. Peter has red queen jack. Thinking about making a play here? Is he going to try and represent the flush? Going to need to put a biggish bet in if he's going to do that. I like the play if he does it. There is 6.5 million in the pot. Oh, here he goes. This could be a fantastic play. He's representing a big flush, a queen, possibly an ace. This is a beautiful play. And now it's Marek that's going to find it very difficult. 3.5. Going to find it very difficult to call with just a 6. He's got to put his opponent on a flush here, the way it's been played. Excellent play, I love that. Well done, Peter. That's a very good start to this final table. Top level poker, that one, by Czech Republic in seat 6, Peter Yaroslav. Fantastic. Another queen jack suited. This time it's our short stack. He's got 10 big blinds. Is he going to make a play with the queen jack suited? Not a bad hand to do it with. Someone has to have a bigger hand to call, and they are rare. I think there was a good opportunity there, but we'll soon see what other hands we have. Well, he'd got it through the button for sure. Almost certainly the small blind. I can't see him calling half his stack off with ace 3. Just lost a pot. I can see him wanting to play the hand there. And king 5. Another Peter, this time from Hungary. Now we've got ace 3 offsuit against king 5 offsuit. And the ace 3 has smacked this flop. It's a good job our short stack friend wasn't in. He'd have hit a jack and be very far behind. teaser bet there of 1 million. And I think Peter will probably just give this up. Got no draw. Got backdoor hearts, I suppose. Backdoor straight, backdoor hearts. Not a great position to be in. And with the ace on board, his king may be no good, which we of course know it wouldn't be. So fair fold there. Marek's picked up a few chips back from the hand he lost. Peter picking up Chinese aces, pair of eights, under the gun, early raise with eights. No short stack, nope, doesn't like his hand. Our raise was 2.5x, 2.5 million. King Jack folding. That's a interesting fold. I hope King 10 doesn't fold on the button. King 10 suited as well. Calls the 2.5. We're around to the blinds. Other Peter with an ace, a mid ace. I think with the raise and a call, the wisest options to fold. Now, what will New Lee do? Got the 7-3 suited. He wants to have a look, or is he making a play? Looks like this is how he got his chips. I think it was just a call. It looked like more chips. 3 7s hit the gut shot. 8s, but the King 10 has hit top pair. So New Lee needs a 4 to complete his straight. I would think Marek will be betting top pair here with a 5-6 there. 7-8's a perfectly 7-8 suited, a playable hand, so you should try and take this down now if he can. Top pair, or extract some value from his top pair. Now, is our Chinese friend a gambling Chinese player or a solid Chinese player? Got a player behind him, of course. Nope, sides against it. I could see 8s calling here. He's only losing to 1 overcard. Made a lovely play 2 hands ago where he raised the same player, Marek, who only had it was just about bottom pair. Raised to 6.1 million. How's Marek going to play this? Probably knows he's ahead. How tough? What kind of player have we got here? This is always the tester. Looks like he's just going to call. pot now, 21 million already. Not a good card for Peter, who raised, and he's first to act. In a bit of trouble now. He's been called. He's got to think he was called by a king. Very hard to be called by a bigger pair with the pre-flop action. Has to put his opponent on a king here. Or will aggression win the day? 21 million in the pot. Marek only 16 million behind. So Peter covers him by some 12 million. Takes the more conservative route of checking. Now we're going to see a value bet by Marek. Something like 6 to 8,000. A straight has been made, but a 3-4 straight. So yeah, again, the more sensible option, I think, in this case. Flush has now hit, although I can't see that with either player. I'd be very lucky if one of them backed into a flush here. Someone's mobile going off. Not allowed mobiles at the table, my friend. No, it's a cup of tea. Must be someone in the audience. Horrible noise. It's a kind of fairly lazy bet, really, and a very small bet. It's not a good bet at all. Almost pointless bet. 1.2 million is just giving away more money. Well, I played Marek, and this time Peter didn't play it as well as he played the other hand. Always interesting when both players have the same hand. This tells you a lot about the way they are playing this final table. Nothing for either player. Who's going to be the first player to make a play? It's made a few hands, it's made flushes, it's made straights, but they both checked it down and they'll both show the same hand. Wry smile, yes, for a fist pump. Well done. Although neither took the opportunity to win a small 3 million pot. One of our more active players. This has been in most hands so far, but decides against playing the Jack 10 in the hijack. Peter now deciding whether to play King 8 in the cutoff, around to the button and the blinds. 10-7 suited for our chip leader. A perfectly respectable raising hand. Let's see if he does. I'm sure he will. Raises to 2.7 million. Now Josh deciding whether he wants to call with his King 4 suited. Little does he know it, but he dominates our chip leader, and he does have chips in already on the big blind. So if hearts come, this could be a loss for New Lee. You see the 10% difference there in equity. He's got a higher card, and he's got a bigger flush draw. Hit neither player though. The King is playing at the moment. Probably going to see check on this board. Now, I like this play. He's making a play here, Lajos. He smelt weakness and making a play against the chip leader, but he's out of position. So it gives some control here to New Lee on the button. And he decides to fold, and I think that's fair enough. Well played. First hand he's played on the final table, and he's played it well. There we see our new leaderboard. New Lee has dropped about 6 million, but still very healthy, 47 big blinds. And our three smaller stacks haven't played a hand yet, remain on 10, 12 and 13 bigs. And then most of the action has come from our second player, Marek, in seat 3. Here we go, next hand. Good job, Peter didn't raise with his ace-2 there. In a run into other Peter's ace-king offsuit on the button. Well, it's a lovely hand to have on the button because people never put you on a big hand. All in. It's a very strange move. Quite what you're going all in with, I have no idea. All in on the button. He's trying to make it look like a bluff, I think. Here in the chat in YouTube or through the Banco Casino website. If you know this player, tell me why he shoved, because I don't know. And one of our short stack is making a play here with the King Jack. He's pushed all in. That's Bartosz from Poland. Getting it through so far. Small blind. Sorry, it was seat 2 that pushed. Oh wow. Oh wow. Our other short stack has ace 10 suited. This is a tough spot. The book says he should call against another short stack, but and he will be in the lead, but not much. Tough spot. Always better to raise with this hand than have to call off your entire stack. Could see our first finisher here on the final table. If he calls, Roman from Slovakia, he's decided to fold. Roman gets it through. Our only local player. The aggressive move takes the pot. Even though ace 10 was a better hand, it's a tough spot to call in. Ace jack suited, you probably call. Ace 10 right on the line. 8-handed. So well played, Roman. Almost in return. Seat 1, Bartosz repays Roman the favour by shoving on him with an ace. Fair enough. Short stack here with a suited ace. I expect this to go in. He only has 8 big blinds. Good luck, sir. Small blind can't call. Big blind Marek, fortunately, does not have a hand. So at least he picks up the blinds there and is back to 10 big blinds. Our chop leader now has the 8s. I move around the table. Chinese aces. Oh, he's getting his special glasses on. I didn't know about this one. Must be special glasses for raising with. Not seen that one for quite a while. We're aged to 3 million. 3.x. Oh, it's a bit less because blinds have gone up to 601.2. Has anyone got a hand behind him? Excuse me. No. And no. He's going to get that through. And if we change back his glasses. There's a banner for our next big event, the festival. I will not be doing much commentating. I'll be mainly playing because it is a week of fantastic mixed events with a 500k guaranteed main event and weird and wonderful Omaha events and horse plus Svitten, a €500 buy-in. That will attract a lot of the Scandinavian players for sure. Get a lovely mix all around Europe. This is the second time the festival will be at Banco Casino, and it was a very successful partnership last time. Great event, fantastic group of players come, a lot of fun. There's side events, there's fun events, VIP events, some great deals. Go to thefestival.com and see where you can win a package. There's packages on about 15 different European online providers. One will be available, or more than one, to you. I have Party Poker and Betfred available to me in England. There's some good packages available on both of those sites. 10-9 on the button, thinking about it, but deciding against. He has moved up in chips, so he's in a better position than he was at the beginning. And quite active. Featuring the small blind, so everyone folds around to our chip leader, who had the computer hand, Queen 7. Short stack with ace queen offsuit. Back to 10 big blinds. Not even, he's got 9 big blinds. Got to be shoving, yep. Anyone going to wake up with a hand behind him? He needs to double up, so he kind of wants to call with a hand like ace queen. And he's not going to get one. But picks up a small pot of 3 million. 30% of his current stack. Well played, sir. Something I forgot to mention. The top 9 players, so that's all these 8 and our 9th place finisher, actually get a main event €550 ticket to the festival starting at the end of this month here at Banco. So they're already up one main event seat for a 500k guaranteed. And here we have more than 500k in the prize pool and a record 5,061 runners. Fantastic. Peter in the cutoff with Queen 9 offsuit. Been very solid so far, but his stack will be hit by these blinds. And he got 17 million, so that's 15 big blinds. Down to the small and big blinds. Peter wants to see a flop, and dominating 10-8 of Lajos. Lajos hitting second pair. Got Peter making the play. Hard for Lajos to put him on an ace with no raise pre-flop. Will Peter give up on this or carry on? 6 million in the pot. No, he's carrying on. Not a big bet though. That 7 shouldn't really have changed any decision making, and it hasn't. It's just called. No, spade flush has hit. Is Peter going to represent this with a much stronger bet and put real pressure on Lajos? Made a lovely play about half an hour ago when he was in position, but here he's out of position. Will be a big factor here. Just checking, he didn't have 10-3 suited. Just shows the 8 and picks up nice tidy pot of 9.4 million. Nice couple of calls there, kept it all under control. Chip leader in the cutoff with a very healthy looking ace-jack raising. Didn't put his sunglasses on there. And an ace-5 suited going to defend. Both with a healthy stacks. Now this is a tough spot for king-queen. Got a raise and a call by people that cover him. Very tricky spot. I think all options available. Folding, even calling is an option here. But if he is going to call, he probably wants to get value from his king, queen and shove, which is what he's doing. I think all options are good here. A shove is very strong against a raise and a call. It does make his king queen look at least 1 pip higher, more like ace king or queens, possibly jacks. It does look like he's representing an even bigger hand. And now the other two players in a tricky spot. Ace jack's not that far ahead of king queen, so and we know there's an ace out already. Just a call. Very strong play here by the chip leader. Now, poor old Lajos is right in the middle of this with a pretty connected but low ace-5. Tricky spot. It's a quarter of his stack. He may well have to give this up. Probably the better option because he's between two, an all-in and his chip leader call. Looks like he wants to play it though. I think this is quite risky. You're almost certainly going to be up against a bigger ace from at least one of the two players. And or a pair. So it's the way, unfortunate for him, but the way it's come back round to him, he really should be folding here and keeping his largish stack ready for another play. Hasn't made his decision yet. I think he's called as well. A little nod there. I'm not sure that was, oh thank goodness they've both called. He's probably going to think he's up against an ace king or an ace queen. So, short stack needs to hit a king or a queen or he's gone. And there's his king. We've got a gut shot for our chip leader and not a lot else for our... This is the other problem with the ace-5 is what do you do post-flop if you don't hit a low, two pairs or a nut flush draw. Is Newley going to try and get his opponent out by betting here with a gut shot? May well do. I may want to see a free card. Let's increase the outs for Newley. Now up and down with his jack. Both players checked. And the flush has hit the ace-5. Does he know it? I don't think he knew it when the 4 of spades hit. He knows it now. We're going to have a little bet here and we will lose our first place finisher. We'll try and get some value out of this flush. But it has worked out very well for him, mainly because Newley didn't bet him off the draw. I don't know whether he'd have folded on the turn or not. He certainly would have folded on the flop. $12. So we have 37 million in the pot. Yeah, 10 million, I'm sorry. So the bet is 10 million. Ace Newley, I can't see the call here. Hope he doesn't, for his sake, hope he doesn't raise. Because he'll be raising against the nuts. And we lose our short stack from sheet 8 from Poland, Jakub, who started a short stack, picked up one hand, picked up two hands with two pushes, but in that case the push worked against him. He was up against two strong-ish hands, a bigger ace, and a flush draw that hit. So now that makes a new chip leader, massive chip leader now. It's a really big pot, biggest pot of the tournament for sure, up to 64 million. New lead now drops to second, equal almost with Marek, and we've still got 3 players in the danger zone, under 15 big blinds. So this could go fairly quick, this final table. Don't go anywhere. Raise with the ace-6. Queen 10 suited in seat 1. Make a call rather than a raise, which I think is the better option. Except he's missed completely. That's going to strengthen Peter's thinking that his ace could be good here. Bartosz making a play though. Strong play from the short stack. Well done. Anything you can do to win a pot at this point, very good. Good poker. Did well there. Smelt weakness himself and pounced. Marek with a pair of 5s. But a bit early position for him there. Newly with the ace-9 suited, late position, makes a nice raise. He's been consistent with his raising amount. 3.5 million here, and the big blind is 1.2. Gets it through. 2 hands in a row. This time, a stronger hand in jacks. See if he keeps to his 3.5 million or whether he varies it. I like this. Keeps it the same amount, but has a much stronger hand. And our friend Mr. Novak could get in trouble here. He may well be pushing with 8s. And he will get called by New Lee. Unless anyone else has anything to do with it. So we are going to see our next player at risk. Auto call Novak Roman, our sole Slovakian local player, needs to spike an 8 or he is our 7th place finisher. Won't be too unhappy because he'll be taking 8,500 and a festival main event seat. Here we go. 8's at risk. Newly our chip leader. If he loses this, he will have lost almost half his stack. Significant hand here. No help for the 8s. Only 8% now. 2 8s in the pack. Could pick up a straight draw, and he has. So he's now got 7s or an 8. He's increased his equity. And no good. So we lose Mr. Novak in 7th place. We are down to 6 here at the Polish Poker Championship. Only 300,000 guaranteed, and we've reached over 500,000. Absolutely incredible, with 5,061 entries. Here we can see our payout structure. Next one, big jump between 7th and 6th. 4,000, huge jump. So next player out is in 5 figures, 12,325. And until we do any deals, if we do at all, 80,000 up the top. Lots and lots to play for. Our new chip leader, Lajos from Hungary. We do get a lot of Hungarian players on final tables here. We're not far in terms of distance, and they love coming over here and playing these fantastic value monthly, or twice a month sometimes, tournaments here at the Banco Casino. I don't think we'll see a call here. 10-6. So our new chip leader gets it through. He's going to show the ace to everyone. And funnily enough, not bother showing the 6. I wonder why. Looks like it's only going to be a raise with the ace-5 suited. Doesn't really need to shove for 16 million. He's got 15 big blinds. However, Marek with ace-10 suited. Now, we saw an ace-10 suited fold before, but that would have been all in and at risk. He's now in position. Should be really looking to put pressure on the shorter stack with a raise here. He could just call though, he's in position. He's moving his crab. That's 2.7. Looks like he's called. Small blind now. He's not had a single hand yet. Not a one playable hand, Peter, in seat 4. The other Hungarian player, apart from Lajos, our chip leader. No Lee. So, both going to a flop. Ace 5 suited against Ace 10 suited. And what a fantastic flop for Ace 5 suited. He's hit the 5 and the nut flush draw. If he doesn't win this hand, he's going to be very unlucky. He may win just on the bet, but what a flop for Ace 5 suited. Wow. Looks like 2 million. Now, how is Marek going to play this? We know... 3.5 million. More than I thought. We know that Bartosz is going nowhere. Not a good flop for Ace 10 suited. You're just going to give it up at this point. I think that's a sensible option. Was a flop for our original raiser. I think Marek missed an opportunity to re-raise there because he may well have got it through. Quite hard to call with Ace 5 suited. A bigger 4-bet when you are relatively short stack. But he's increased his stack by about 5 million there. Excellent. Back in the game. There we are, a pair of 2s for Marek. Deuces never loses. Although, of course, we all know they do lose. That's just one of those lovely poker phrases. I think it's just to encourage people to raise with 2s, to be honest. Peter making his first play back. It's actually almost his first playable hand, King 9, but he's decided he can't just be chipped away. Makes a lovely move there on the button with a reasonable hand, King 9. And on the banner in front of us, beginning of the new year, we see a 250,000 guaranteed, but only 185 buy-in. Not as good value as the Polish, but still a very nice Scandinavian Open. We get lots of wonderful Scandinavians coming down. Norwegians pay about a quarter of the price in Bratislava for their beers, so they certainly enjoy their time here. Even for us English, it's about half price. So always wonderful to come and eat and drink in the Slovakian capital. Bartosz now with a King 7. He's just got a nice increase in his stack. Doesn't want to start giving it away. Another small pair for Newley. Pair of 5s on the button. Nice little hand to raise with. I'm sure we'll see 3.5 million again. Well, what has happened here? Okay, I'm very confused. Okay, Peter has gone all in with the ace-2 suited. Okay, I got it now. And New Lee has to decide to call off his fives, which he obviously know at best will be flipping. We know he's in better shape than that, so it's a nice play by Peter, putting maximum pressure on New Lee, who hasn't run particularly well on this final table. Started off as a big chip lead and is now down to kind of second, third. So not running too well for our chip leader at the beginning of the final table. A small raise to 2.5 million, called by Bartosz with Jack 8. The ace-2 suited has missed, but the check gives. Bartosz getting more adventurous, raising now with the Queen 9. In the small blind. Let's see whether Marek, he's going nowhere with King Jack suited. May well re-raise him. Didn't last time and got in trouble. Nice raise here. Lovely, 7.5 million. 4.5 to call is not getting value with Queen 9 offsuit, and his stack will be at risk. So I think we're either going to see a fold, which is what we favour. What's an opportunity to shove there? He had enough to make it a very, very difficult call for Marek, but he played that hand well. And he is on the upward trail. Different hand, same raise. 7-6 suited. Nice hand to raise with. Winning two ways, represent the high hand if you get a high flop because you've raised, or smack it in the face with a 7-6. And also, nice early raise with that kind of suited hand does represent a much, much stronger holding. Very well played, and we have a change of dealer. Bartosz now with the king jack decides no mucking about with this hand, just going to get it in on the cutoff. Now, how will Marek play his ace-8? I think a lot depends on what he feels. Bartosz has now made a couple of raises and a shove, but he's got two players behind him. Yeah, tricky spot, ace-8 there. Not the same as being on the big blind with it, where you've got a straight decision. Ace-3 suited. Same stack though. Want to call all your chips off with ace-3 suited. It's not in the handbook, even though we know he's ahead. Getting a count, he's going to find out it's pretty well the same as he's got in front of him. Chip leader now with a pair of nines. Big chip lead as well, up to 68 million. The blinds gone up to 700, 1.4. Down to 6 here at the final of the Polish Poker Championship. Breaking all records. Over 500,000 in the prize pool with only 300,000 guaranteed because the buy-in was an incredible value, 125 euros. I think quite a few people had quite a few buy-ins. I know of one local Norwegian that had a few. No names mentioned, Mr. Coolbet. Peter now with a Queen 9 offsuit on the button. Two big stacks behind him though. He did make an earlier all-in play but decides against it this time. Small blind, big blind action. Just shoves all in. Not a bad play. It usually works unless someone wakes up an absolute monster. But 8 times, 9 times probably out of 10, you're not going to get called. Tricky spot here with the 5s. Bartosz under the gun. Looks like he's sizing up a raise. But if he gets shoved on, what's he going to do then? I feel he has to play them. Big blind up to 1.4 million. Raise to 3.2. Bit of belly dancing there by Marek. Newly on the button with a suited Queen 9. Pretty hand on the button. Favour the call here and hope that no one raises behind you. But he is an aggressive player. No, okay. Decides against anything. Just folds. As do all the other players. So the 5s raised gets through. Marek now with the pair of jacks. My namesake, JJ. God, I love them. If I didn't love jacks, I wouldn't love myself. Very hard. Used to find it a very difficult hand to play some years ago, and then I just worked out how I want to play them. Much more comfortable now. Let's see if he's going to get any action. Queen 10 suited. Better than Queen 9 suited. Well, his straight flush draw blocked there by Merrick's Jack of Diamonds. Calls. Peter now with an ace. Is he going to make a move? He did one before. Shoved all in when he thought it would get through. With, I think he had a low ace as well then. Ace 6, ace 7. What's he going to do here? From the Czech Republic. Just up the road. Looks like he's favouring the call. Problem is, his body language has told all the other players that he's got that kind of hand because he just didn't know what to do. So it wasn't clarity around I've got a big hand or I've got a tough decision. It was like, oh my God, what kind of, too much body language there. Now is Bartosz going to get in trouble with the Jack 8? He's got value to call for sure, 1.8 million. He's getting 5 to 1, but his hand is in serious trouble against the other two. Not that he can know that, but he's getting great value to call there in terms of the percentage of the pot. And he's missed. Our ace 7 would have been top 2. So Jax is leading at the moment. I think Peter will be regretting this. So Merrick going to follow through with the Jacks, find out where he is. Is Newley going to make a call to set up a play later? Or is he looking to raise here representing the ace? Or a strong ace? Looks like he's raising. Oh, took his time and then folded. Peter feeling gutted. He's got his head on his hands there, knowing his A7 would have been miles ahead. Peter shoving with King 10 suited. Ace Jack, I think he'll call. I don't think he's going to let this go. In the hijack. Oh, wow. Another all in by Peter gets through. Thinks there's a marked card. Well, get through one player anyway. That's the second all-in play he's made without a strong hand, and I think sometimes you've just got to do this. If you're not picking up big hands, you've got to make do with what you've got and make the best play possible, the strongest play possible to pick up pots. Very well played. Marek peeling with a 7-6. Probably just Peter will probably be checking with the Queen 3, see a flop. Now with 2 players in, already 4 million in the pot. Blinds are going to go up quite soon. Neither player is hit, but the Queen is playing at the moment. Not a good flop for 7-6. Marek going to make a play at this. But the only way he's going to get with the pot, unless a magic 6 or 7 comes. So the Queen is the largest kicker. Takes it down. Marek raising with the ace-jack suited. He's had some decent hands. That's this final table. Newly probably defending with the queen 9. Is he looking to make a play? There's our chip stack. So we see our Hungarian right at the top with 64 million. Only 45 big blinds though. Not a huge amount for a chip leader. That's Lajos in seat 7. Now at the end of the table. So this is going to be tighter and tighter. And the pressure will be felt by the small blinds. Blinds are 700, 1.4 already. It's a nice raising hand. Jack 10 suited. Especially if you've got the chip lead. Oh, wow. Okay, that's very tight. I think beyond tight. But he would have come across Marek's 10s. So, I don't know how, but maybe he smelt something. But he would have got into a lot of trouble here if he'd have raised. Marek most certainly would have re-raised. So here we see a 3-bet with the 10s. He's keeping it consistent as well. Did 3.2 million for his other raises. But he's come across Newly with kings. Sorry, queens. This could be a massive pot. He's going to raise, but how much? Is he going to push? 2 options here. Could make it look like a kind of semi-bluff by pushing. Plus, queens are vulnerable, so he may feel an ace-jack and ace-10 will have to fold. But we know Marek's got 10s, and he may feel that he has to call a push if there is one. Got a feeling we're going to see one. I think we're going to see an all-in. Queens are vulnerable. Doesn't want to get looked up by any ace. He just called. Well, this is the strangest way of playing queens. He called, and now an ace, he's let a small ace in. If he loses this, it'll be his fault. Now he's got a big overpair, but so does Marek. He could get paid here. Marek's going to absolutely feel he's in control of this. He'll be betting 4 to 6 million. As he win it nice and small. 4. Yeah. Now does Newly display the strength of his hand now, or is he just flat call? He made his decision early on. He wanted to slow play these queens and just hope that no ace hit. Now the ace has folded. The one thing that could trap him, there's only 2 10s in the pack. Marek could lose an awful lot of chips here because he's going to bet it again. Jack may slow him down a bit. Or is Newly going to put some money in the pot now? And the hope that he's up against a jack or 10s or 9s. Yes, he is. 8 million. 8 million into 19. This is setting a trap for Marek. Is he going to push here? Just call. I just called to say, give me a 10. Wow, 9. Queens will feel good, but so will 10s. Interesting. He's looking to check call. Or is he genuinely checking because he doesn't know where he is? Wow, a lovely pot there, 35 million. I think Marek got lucky there. He could have lost a lot more. Not sure Newley took enough advantage of his overpair there. Could have won more in that pot, I think. Up and down here with the 10. And in fact, he's hit his flush as well against ace 5. About half the pot. And Newley gives it up. So we still, despite a good previous pot with the queens against the 10s, we now have 2 equal chip leaders. Bartosz shoving on the button with ace-9 suited. Only got the blinds to get through. And he will get that through. Decent hand to do it with. Once 4 of the field, half the field have folded already. I don't think Peter's going to call with Jack-8. Bit of Hollywood time. Really wants to count. Surely he can see that it's 3/4 of his stack. Just about. Even if he thinks Bartosz has had it, Jack-8 offsuit is not a hand to be calling with. Yeah. Like, even if he had 10 million in there, it's still not a hand to call with. And another big push, this time with Queen-2 suited. If Newley knew what kind of shape he was in, he would be calling. But that seems to be Peter's tactics. He just picks and chooses when he shoves all in, and he's had a bad hand every single time. Now, whether or not the other players find this out at the break, which should be in about 5-10 minutes time, then that'll be interesting, because they'll find that he is pushed with very, very variable hands, and that's being generous. But he's made most use of his stack. Very hard to call an all-in push with the kind of hands people have had: Queen-Jack, King-8, Jack-8, that kind of thing. This time he's got a better hand, Jack-10, and again pushes with all 20 million. If someone wakes up, and they will do at some point, with a big hand, there's 3 people to get through. Newley, 10-8 offsuit. Now Peter has him dominated and pushes, comes back with a smaller stack, but he has him dominated. And they're all going to see Peter's pushing range now with Jack-10 offsuit. That might surprise them. And this is one of the better hands he's had. So half his stack at risk here with the Queen-Jack dominating. However, the Queen-Jack is at risk as well. We have 2 Peters. I am going to say that the winner of this hand will be called Peter. Now the Queen is playing now. It's not a good flop for a 10. Only a 10 now. or a jack for a split. Oh no, and Peter's shoving me. I think he just did it too many times, to be honest. Yeah, and he doesn't realise he has double the stack, so he is getting change. Good call there with the Queen Jack suited, putting his tournament life at risk. Now he's moved up to 15 big blinds, and the other Peter, or Peter the Shove, as I now call him, has a very vulnerable 7 big blinds with Bartosz in seat 1 with 11 big blinds. So still 4 shortish stacks and 2 big stacks. The blinds are very punishing at this point and will be going up fairly soon. Jack's massive here. Our chip leader has hit a set. And now drawing dead. We lose Bartosz, who's fought well. Started to get his stack up, but runs into a big hand. So Bartosz from Poland will pick up a very lovely €12,325, and we are down to 5. 5-handed now at the Polish Poker Championship here in Banco Casino, Bratislava. So I'm thinking that ring that Marek is holding is must be the last Polish player in the championship, which he is. We've lost two so far in seventh and eighth. So there was obviously an extra prize for the last longer of all the Polish players. So well played to him. He's also played very well so far in this final table. Ace Jack, five-handed. It's a strong hand on the button. Queen Jack suited. I could see an all in here. I don't think he's going to fold this. And he's going to be called. And he's going to be up against it. Peter ruining his luck. A little smile to himself because he knows he's in trouble. He's at risk and dominated. It's roughly 70-30. Not a good flop for the Queen Jack. Looking to hit a queen and a queen only, unless there's a straight 10 now in his window.
Yes!
Oh, 8, 9, 10 Queen Jack straight. He's doubled up. I called it in. Shouldn't have done it. And he's doubled up. Very excited. Very excited there. Almost like a teenager in a hoodie. So nice runner straight there. Dominated on the flop. 70%, 30%. And that turn gave him the gut shot draw, which he hit. Back in the game.
Sok. Összes tízes, összes dámos.
Nekem nem kellett semmi. Sajnos meg kellett hagynom át, hogy
Hát hogy ne viszem el. Szünetet megérte? Se gondoltam volna belőle.
Hát majdnem. Nem volt rossz, én bakkoltam.
Looks like they're all frozen. It's something. What is going on? They're waiting. There may be a technical problem. Oh, there is a technical problem in that we can't see the cards. I think they're just trying to get that sorted in the background. Our technical team are on it. Now the action moving around. More blind folds. Newly on the big blind. Folds to a raise. Shows an ace.
Mondom, pont én ejtelek ki, bassza meg.
Jó, hogy nem. Hát jó, hogy nem.
Welcome back, everyone. 5 left on the Polish Poker Championship. Some fantastic payouts still to come. 17,700 from only €125 buy-in is our next place. 5th place finisher. We have 2 large stacks. New Lee in the middle there with the white hoodie, and in seat 7 actually, but at the end of the table, who's been our biggest riser, Lajos Matiasi from Hungary. Started off in 3rd and is now chip leader. Peter in seat 4 with the grey hoodie has been all in about 5 times. Wasn't called 3 of them. Got very lucky on one. Queen Jack against Ace Jack, and he doubled up and is still in. Marek playing very well of Poland, our last Polish player, in seat 3. The first seat as you see it. And then we have our Czech Republic, Peter, in seat 6 in between our chip leaders. So interesting dynamic blinds, pretty severe now. I think they're going to be up from the 1.2, 1.4 million. Sue's keeping everyone happy and informed. They seem very happy with that interaction. Does help that she's a beautiful young lady, inside and outside. Just like to wear power suits. Loves a suit. Oh, Sue's. Oh, now we've got a Chinese lesson going on. How are you in Chinese? Very good. Okay. Excellent. Here we go. First hand after the break. 5 left. Lots to play for. 80k, 80,000 euros up top. Fantastic price for 125 buy-in. That is a 640 multiple. So if you look at how much it costs to enter the tournament, 125 multiplied by 640, you get the 80,000. It's an incredible return in poker, much higher. I mean, a lot of big tournaments get 100 times the buy-in. So let's say you enter for 100 euros. If you win 10,000, that's a heck of a result. So to win 640 times the buy-in is absolutely spectacular. Hope I haven't lost anyone there. And there we see that there are 3 players in the danger zone because blinds are 1 million, 2 million. That's a huge jump from the 700, 1.4 we had. Didn't realise it had gone up to that size. That's a massive jump. So 3 players, all on 10 big blinds, and only 2 in the safety zone. So this could be quite a quick final table, guys. I'm not expecting it to go beyond the next break, which means an early bed for me. Always good. And these are the kind of hands. 5-handed, ace-4. Got to make a decision. It's a good decision, I think, to fold. Very playable king 9 suited in the small blind. Raises to 4 million, but Marek has ace jack. He's not going anywhere with that, but he's in the, yep, all in, only play here with ace jack. Now a difficult decision for our chip leader. Calls with king 9 suited. So player at risk, Marek with ace jack against our chip leader with a very playable king 9 suited. Not a lot in it, 60-40 in terms of equity. Can our chip leader hit a king or a 9 or diamonds? Well, that's a diamond, but it's the ace that Marek wants to protect the hand. And it is game over in terms of this hand. And a lovely double up by Marek. Guy is going to get 30 million now, 34 million in his stack. Our last Polish player being supported on the rail by our other Polish players. He's representing a whole country. Newly raising with the ace 9. And we're waiting basically for two big hands to match up like we've just had. Push, a raise with the king 9 suited. Push by Marek with the ace jack, and a call with the king 9, and the ace jack doubles up. But we need those kind of hands to meet each other for the next big pot. Marek with attractive pair of 5s on the button. Pairs a pair. 5-handed. Does Peter want to get it in with Queen Jack? He does seem to like a connected Queen. Made 3 all-ins with Queen 9 and Jack 8. and it puts maximum pressure on. Indeed, he does do that. This is his strategy. He tries to gets it all in to put the maximum pressure on the opposition. Now Marek, tricky thing. He did see the previous Jack 8 push. He's going to get a count. He's going to find out it's half of his stack. Tricky spot. I like the way Peter's playing. I mean, he's taking high risk, but at the moment he's getting high return, and he's just not had the hands that some of the others like Marek have had. So he is utilising his stack to the maximum capability. And even if he does get called by the fives, he has 2 overcards. So it's going to be a fairly fair race. And the fives folds, which is the power of the push. So it picks up a nice 8.5 million pot there. Actually, limited risk. It was 50-50. This time Lajos with a chip leader. He has the fives now. Will certainly be raising with them under the gun. Peter Ace-8. How does he want to play this? He can afford to see a flop, but he may want to try and maximise the pressure by shoving again. The problem is if someone's got ace king or ace queen, they're going to call him, so can't do it too much. 8-5 suited. Peter going to peel here. And he got 17 million behind. Has to hit his 8 or a straight stroke flush draw. Preferably both. Looks down, sees a big pair, easy decision to shove. Now, will he get a call from our chip leader with an ace? Looks like he has. Great opportunity for Peter to double up from his 17 million to 36. Well, more than double up. I think it's a great call at any point with ace 7. He's hit his 7. He's hit an ace or another 7. Spade's no good. I said spade's no good. Ace 10 raise. Gets it through. Still our chip leader. Although Newley is right with him. The other three are fairly spread out beneath. Although we just saw a double up with Peter. Peter now, his first big hand. He's doubled up recently from 9 to 22 million, 24 million. All in and takes down the small blind, big blind pot. Easy work. Raise with the threes. Marek coming right back at him, all in with ace jack suited. No lead with king jack. And then a tough spot. You really thinking about this? A raise not all in front, and he's got king jack. Not a hand to get too busy with. And he lets go of the threes. Nice pick up by Marek. Some Polish applause in the audience. Again, the all-in with a variable hand, this time king 9 offsuit. I think we came to this table with a very clear strategy, and he is fulfilling that. Oh, if Peter calls, he's going to be in such good shape. He's getting a count. He's got king 10. He's made some good calls, but against an unknown hand, king 10 is very tricky. And the push gets through. This time, a much better raising hand. He's pretty well only shoved so far. And that's his Very clear strategy. He's just going to, any playable hand that he feels is playable, he's just going to shove with. And that works every time until it doesn't. King Jack folds as well. And King 6 is certainly folding. Picks up another pot though with the uber aggression. Peter raising there with the Queen Jack and getting it through. Most raises now, certainly the shoves, are getting through because the blinds are so high that even a call means you're fairly committed to a pot. So very high blinds means, unfortunately for the viewing side, less play. You see less flops, less poker, I'm afraid. But that is where we are. That's still very big money between these five. Peter with a nice Queen Jack suited this time. Gonna fancy that five-handed. Now we see the raise. 4.5 million. Small raise, but takes a big hand to call or re-raise. Mooney with an ace. We're only five-handed, so the value of that ace is considerably higher than when we started this eight-handed final table. And he pushes with it, and I don't think he's going to get a call. Great play, he's got an ace and makes a big shove, putting maximum pressure on Peter's Queen Jack, and he knows he can't call with it. He'd like to, but he knows he can't. It's only 52-48. It really is evens because the ace is the overcard, but the two is an undercard. Oh, poor Peter has to fold. Going to show an ace, I'm sure, and gets the appropriate knock on the table. Nudie just calling in the small blind with 8-5 suited. But pressure by Peter takes the pot. It's one of the hands he likes to push with. King 9 offsuit. This time decides against it. Quite a pretty Queen 10 on the button for Newley. Looks like he's measuring up a raise. Just a call. He's 3 suited, winning this by a long way. Although Peter has hit his 5 bottom pair. Peter leading out. Could get him in trouble. I was going to say the way Lajos plays, he's just going to call. Doesn't like being the aggressor. Prefers to play passive poker and just milk the players putting the chips in. He's now got top pair, aces and 7s. And we'll take down the pot. Other players not want to get too involved with Peter, who has shoved about 6 times so far. And they're very wary of it. They want to make up the small to big blind and then find you're facing a shove. So I do understand that. It's an interesting tactic, to be honest, on this final table at the Polish Poker Championships here in Banco Casino, Bratislava. Our next big tournament is the Festival. Fantastic week of mixed game events, plus some very strange sportsbook events and tournaments based around blackjack and other casino games. So everything is available. And here's a nice ace king for Peter. How's he going to play it? He's done this before. He raised all in with ace king, and only a premium hand is even going to think about calling. It's an option, but it's not an option that I think is that worthwhile, really. The only time you're going to get called when you make an all-in shove with this kind of hand is by a made hand. Queens, jacks, kings. So it's not a tactic I like. It's very different from the all-ins that the other Peter has been doing, which have been very effective, to be honest. He doesn't want anyone to call, which is why he's pushing with king 9. With ace king, you want the call. You want to get the value from it. Newly with a raisable jack 10 on the button. He's not been too active, so he will be getting respect. Unless someone picks up a big hand. Small blind, big blind to go through. King 10 suited. Pretty big hand, 5-way. How is he going to play this? Pretty sure he's not going to fold, so call or all in. Problem with a king 10 all in is if you get called by a big hand, or one of those hands is ace king, you're in trouble. But it's quite unlikely 5-handed when you've got a king already. Definitely uncertain which way to go. We know that the all-in will work against New Lee, but we don't know what our chip leader has at the moment. Trying to work out what to do. In the end, doesn't do anything. Decides to fold, and there'll be another fold. So New Lee gets it through. Raise in the cutoff with the ace-6 suited. How's Peter going to play the ace-3? Immediate fold. Doesn't even think about it. And a call with the ace-10. This could be trouble for New Lee, who is covered. Neither players hit more than their ace. Three clubs now on board. Hasn't really changed anything. The ace-10 is still winning. And I think it'll go check. Take it down. Our chip leader increases his stack. Lajos from Hungary doing very well on this final table. Marek shoving with the ace-10. But Peter's got ace-king. We're going to see a big double up here unless a 10 hits. Both got similar stacks. All in announced. Marek not going to be happy about that. Big showdown here. 50 million pot. 56 million. We could see the end of our Polish contingent. Lost 2 already. And here's our final one. Unless he spikes a 10 or a straight. Not a good flop for the ace-10. Backdoor heart's no good. Only a 10, 3 in the pack. Otherwise he will be down to absolutely...
Yo!
Great double up there. It's almost the first big hand he's had. He's really not had the hands, but he's been all in about 6-7 times. Just making very nice plays to put the pressure on the original raiser. So it's a very nice tactic, this. I do like it. And he's now up with the chip leaders. And Marek is crippled. Marek now down to a bowl of rice, as we call it in poker. A bowl of rice, which is very, very few chips. Probably has one or under 5 big blinds, well under. Probably around 1 big blind, I think, from what I can remember. So he will be at risk in the next 2 hands. In fact, under a big blind, 2.4 million. His blinds have just gone up to 1 million, 2.5 million. Massive pressure on all these players now. And fantastic timing from Peter to get to this position. Hungarian Peter, who started off in 5th place and is now right up there with the chip leaders. Fortune favours the brave in his case, because he's made some fantastic plays with very, very little cards to support him. Just shows you what you can do in poker by putting maximum pressure on other players. All in push with 6-3. 9-4 folds, but Peter's interested in with his 10-5 suited. He's a big favourite. Has to call the full big blind though. The two of them looking to knock out a player and move up that ladder. So possible for Marek to get a triple up, but he has to hit a 6 really. 3 will not help him. He's up against 10-5 and 10-3. All the low cards are there. Otherwise, we will lose our 5th place finisher, who will pick up a very handy 17,700. But the next jump to 5th is something like 7,000 more. These two will just check it down. And the 10 hits. 10-5 hits. Peter will take this. Marek knows his fate is sealed. Did have an up and down on the turn. And the table and all the Polish audience clapping him as our last Polish finisher. In 5th place, well played. $6 million raised with the ace-8. Only 4-handed there, so a good realisation that an ace-8 will be that much stronger against 3 opponents. So some players do miss this or take a while to catch up, but Lajos, one of our chip leaders, knew what he was doing. So we've got 4 players left in this fantastic Polish poker championship, record-breaking championship. We have a representative from China, from Czech Republic, from Hungary, and from Hungary. Oh, 2 Hungarians. Lovely country, beautiful city, Budapest. Been there a few times. Very lovely Turkish spas. Recommend Rudas to you all. Lovely Turkish baths. And the Gellert Hotel, of course, very famous for its mud treatments and 1930s pool area. So we've had a raise with the ace-jack on the button. Newly folding, and he's happy to show that proper hand. Up on the board now we can see the Spanish Poker Festival, which is the 11th to the 18th of December, just before Christmas. One of our last big events here before Christmas. Blinds now at a punishing 1 million, 2.5 million. So even with 30 million in front of you, we only have 15 big blinds. But we will see a champion within the next 2 hours, I estimate. So it won't be too long. And then they can celebrate into the night with some lovely bubbly from the casino. Prosecco's good. Champagne's even better. Doing a great event. 5,060 runners. Incredible records broken here at Banco Casino. Like I say, the festival is coming up. One of the most favourite events here at Banco Casino. Was fantastic 2 years ago and is back here. Oh, sorry, last year and 2 years ago was back here again. 500,000 guaranteed main event. Lots of satellites all around Europe through some of the online houses. And here we've got 10-2 against Jack 4. Neither has hit. This time the Jack 4 has hit, but he's just checking it down. I think he's going to get called here if he bets. He's pretty well representing a 6. That's kind of what he's doing. And now let's see if our Hungarian friend can read through this. Can Lajos, Yep, he's looking. Yep, very good. Oh, Peter's gone. Okay, fair enough. I've got nothing, but you've got to show us nothing. Yeah, fair enough. He goes. Fair enough. Made a move, didn't work. I like that. Nice bit of honesty there. But Lajos, our chip leader, picks up a very useful pot. I mean, you know, a couple of streets being bet on these pots, and they get big with these blinds at this point. Anyone's game, this one, I think. Honestly, any player can win this. I'd probably say a slight favourite with the way he's played so far is Lajos from Hungary. Newly hasn't done a lot wrong, but hasn't had the best of run with the cards. Maybe they're to come. And Peter in sheet 4 has played a very, very aggressive all-in game to get where he is so far. Quite impressive, really. Queen 8 was ahead pre-flop and has now hit an 8. And he's betting it. Peter will just fold his Queen 6. Fair enough. Peter with a very useful ace-10. I think he's pushed. I'm not sure if that's a raise or a push. No, it's just a raise to 7.5 million. Very strong. 3x raise. Going to be very difficult to call here without a premium hand. Unless Peter feels he can get this through. No, he's deciding against it. The ladders now are huge. The difference, pair for New Lee. How's he going to play it? The ladders are absolutely huge between the next place finisher and he folds the threes. I'm going to show the ace. So fourth place will get 24,500, but there's another 10,000 for third. So each position now gets really big ladders. So the ICM value of your hand in terms of the final positions is crucial to be on top of. My friend Dara O'Kearney, if he was here now commentating, he's an expert in this area and would give me the exact figures, but I can't do that. I'll just tell you that making the wrong move at this point could cost you 10,000. We're finally going to see a flop, between 4-5 and Jack-8. Again, neither player has hit. This could go to the aggressor. Love this. Leading with the 5-4 has got absolutely nothing. Going to be very hard for Peter to call this. He is miles away from the ace-6-6 flop. This is more about trying to suss out your opponent and get a feel for it as opposed to playing your hand. This is just posturing. He's trying to get a read. Looking like he's going to call. Just trying to get something out of Newley. We knew he was going to fold. Nice play, sir. Ace King making a big raise and getting the fold from a 10-2. The Doyle Brunson hand.
Ace king, ace king, ace king.
Azt ide nem olyan rá, megjátszunk kell, nem megjátszunk. Sem tudom már.
Ez is kell. Teljesen. Egy milliárd.
Interesting matchup here. Nines against Ace Queen. Two big hands meeting each other four-handed. Peter with the Ace Queen making the move though. Queen is hit. The nines will double down and a massive double up for the Ace Queen of Peter, who has been a fantastic player in the. Oh, Jack would be no good to the nine, so only a nine.
De az nem, az neked is sor.
Only a nine.
Jó! Jó!
A big double up for Peter. He has progressed exponentially on this final table. Made loads of moves with very variable hands. Jack 8s, Queen 9s, King 9s. Lots of all-in moves that took down pots earlier. Built up his stack. And finally is getting the right cards at the right time. Played very well. Now we have a new chip leader, 88 million. Peter Newley still maintaining his stack, but others around him have improved. 49 million. And now an earlier chip leader is at risk with only 10 big blinds. So Lajos, who's played a very good game, to be honest. I think he's been fairly unlucky. Down to 27 million, but unfortunately, with the blinds so large, that is now in the risk area. Like I said earlier, this really could go any way. But Peter from Hungary, who started in 5th place, is now our big chip leader. His timing has been impeccable. His aggression has been 100%. When he's played a hand, he's shoved with it and he's put maximum pressure. In fact, in many ways, it's an archetypal, classic way of playing a big hand. And I think we could see a push here. King 6, or is he just going to fold and wait for a better position? Now Peter the Great with King 9. These were the hands he was pushing with earlier. Probably end up folding this. Probably a raise on the button though. Looks like it's a 2x bet to 5 million. King 2 suited for Newley. Now, other Peter at risk, but he's got 8-3. He's going absolutely nowhere. So picks up another small pot. And he will, I'm sure, continue to put the pressure on the other 3 players. He's been aggressive the whole day, whole final table so far, and I'm sure he will continue to do so. This time he's got a really big hand. He's got queens. He who dares wins. This is one of those ones. He's going to raise confidently four-handed. Queens is a massive hand. Is anyone going to be able to come back at him? Not so far. Well, King Jack's a possibility. I think we're going to see an all-in with King Jack. The Queens will call. And we have Lajos at risk. Needs to hit a king. Played very well, actually. He's been unlucky in a couple of spots. Lost the flips. But Peter has just made a fantastic rise to the top. Let's see if his queens can hold. Up and down for the King Jack. But the queen, 2 queens are out. So he's not got too many outs to hit there. Needs a 7. There's a Jack. That's makes a straight for the queens. So only a queen. And that is 4 diamonds. No one has a diamond. So we lose our 4th place finisher. And very well played though, I think that would be fair to say. Our Hungarian player Lajos meets his compatriot. Also from Hungary, Peter Lazakovic, who's now our big chip leader. 3-handed now. And our next prize, we see there that Lajos takes 24,000. Wow. And I'm sure these 3 might talk a deal at some point. Other Peter is on 12 big blinds. New Lee, 19 big blinds, and only 1 big stack. So they may talk a deal at some point. But Peter is in the ascendancy and may feel he does not need to.
Smoking time, Kupa. Smoking time.
I wish you the best of luck. Lines 1 million, 2,500,000, and dealer start with good luck, enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We are three-handed here at the Polish Poker Championship. I can confirm that no deal has been made so far, but we have one big chip leader and two in his slipstream. Newly. It's on the button now, though. All in announced by Peter on the button. Nearly 48 million. We're not going to be calling with Queen 2 for sure. Any ace three-hand is pretty big. A nice adaptation there by Peter, moving with the different numbers and hand values. Very good play. These two suited here by our massive chip leader now. Is he going to put maximum pressure on, or is he going to just raise and look to get value from it? Ace two suited, not a great hand full table, but a pretty powerful hand on the button with only three-handed. Unlucky to come up against a bigger ace. Let's see what we've got. Lou Lee has the same hand. Now, how's he going to play it? Decides to fold. And Peter will fold his 10-5. So this will get through. Three left, two shorter stacks and one big stack. But the money is significant. 34,000 for our third place finisher, 50,000 for our second, and 80,000 for our first. They also all have a seat at the festival main event, so I may well meet them there when I play that at the end of November. Shove with the a6, absolutely fair enough. Any ace here, three-handed, is pretty powerful. Folds the queen nine, so Peter gets that through. Interesting spots here. 7-6 suited. Quite a nice hand to raise with, but three-handed. Big risk if someone has any kind of big hand behind. I think we're just going to see a raise rather than a shove. May actually be a call. No, it is a raise. Well, 6-5's folding and is dominated. Queen 3, again, very wide range of hand here. If Newley feels he's being attacked, he'll do something, but most times he will fold, which he's done. No, in fact, sorry, he's called. So Queen 3 against 7-6, both flushes. Wow, Queen 3 has massively hit this, and he's checking. He's disguising his hand. Getting Peter to put more chips in. This will be a significant pot. I think we'll just see a flat call here. He's got his dark glasses on. It means he's serious. He doesn't want to give away the strength of his hand. Giving a suspicious look. Don't push here. You want to make a maximum pot, just call, see what happens on the turn. You're so massive here. Just weighing out his chips. Trying to look like he has a difficult decision that he's hit. Maybe some of it. Is he weighing out a raise? No, my friend. Do not do this. You will lose your customer. And he has raised. And he has lost his customer. Newley, that's a missed opportunity there. Disguised hand, massive on the flop. He needs to get maximum value from it, and that's not by raising. Peter with a pair of fours. Looking to raise us up. Newley, a very playable Jack 9, three-handed. Jack 9 suited, ace 5. All in. I don't think Peter's going to fold these pair of fours. Too strong three-handed. He's already put 5 million in. It's 17 to call. He's getting 2 to 1. He's got a pair. Three-handed. Even against ace king, ace queen. Ace 5's kind of the same hand. There's two other cards, but even against two big cards. Your favourite. You want to win this tournament, you call. You want to knock this player out. Thinking it through. This is all in Newley's favour. It could go from 34,000 in third to a guaranteed 50,000 in second. He's hoping it's a call and our chip leader wins. That's what he wants. He wants the confrontation between the other two players. Call is made. So Peter needs to spike an ace or a 5 or Peter wins. Very confusing when they're both called Peter. Ace 5 has not hit so far. The 4s are holding. We could lose our third place finisher. There's the 5. Looking like a double up now to 50 million. Nothing wrong with the call though with the 4s. And he indeed doubles up. Still in the game. So that's ended up a negative EV for New Lee. Because both his opponents now have more chips than him. Now Newley and Peter on very similar stacks, and our chip leader dented a little. Still our chip leader though. Peter J calling in the small blind, and Peter L, our chip leader, with a pretty poor holding of 2-3 offsuit, has hit. It's hit bottom pair. You're going to bet it to find out where he is? He certainly is. I love the way he's played this final table. Uber aggressive, put maximum pressure on everyone when he had no hands really. Jack 8, Queen 9, King 9, all those kind of hands he was going all in with because he felt it was the right play at that spot, and I do like that thinking. And then he actually had a couple of hands, Ace Queen, 9s I think, where he doubled up to the point where he is massive chip leader with over 100 million chips with 3 left at the Polish Poker Championship. Pretty sure they'll do a deal when we're two-handed. No idea who that will be. I think probably New Lee and Peter on his left will. One of them, I think, will be the next out, but we will see.
Okay, yo, sorry. Okay.
Possible matchup here with ace 10 against nines. And it's an all-in and a call. Equal stacks. We are going to see our third place finisher almost certainly, or one of these two players crippled. Ace 10 is very strong three-handed, obviously big pair nines. One of these two players will go into the heads up. Massive. So Peter does cover Newly. Good flop for nines. Nine, no good for Newly. Needs to hit. A 10 is no good either, so only an ace now. He's a big dog. Yep. And Newly goes in third place. Earns a very creditable amount of money, though, 34,125. Did start this final table as chip leader, so we'll be a bit disappointed, I think. And we have heads up between the two Peters. Peter from the Czech Republic and Peter from Hungary. And through that double up, they have very equal stacks now. I'm pretty sure we will see a deal discussed. You have to remember there's 130,000. They do have to keep 10% in the prize pool. So they need to keep about 13,000 left in the prize pool to play for, but they can do a deal for the other 116, I think it is. Something like that. Well played, sir. So, tournament director Sue's just checking on what they want to do. We may well go into a break, guys, for a deal to be discussed. Looks like we are. So, we'll see you very soon, and I'll give you any news should there be some. They're both going to their respective friends and supporters. Welcome back, everyone, to this heads-up final of the Polish Poker Championship. I can confirm that a deal has been done between the two players. They're fairly equal, stacked, and they have made an equal split, 58,275 each, and they are playing on for 13,000 and the trophy, and of course the glory. So first two with a proper hand, ace jack offsuit on the button. Of course, heads up, the small blind is on the button, so it does reverse from normal play. We're going to see a raise. Sorting out his chips. Keeps going up a level. I think he may have finally sorted out what he wants to do. So, raise announced. To 10 million. And other Peter. There's two Peters here. We've got Hungarian Peter and Czech Peter. Ace 6 heads up is pretty strong hand, but is also a strong raise. Does he respect this, or does he want to play back at Peter? I think he has just called. Obviously doesn't know he's got an ace, but check Peter. That's a good flop for a6. Up and down for the a6. Ace jack ahead at the moment. Which hand would you rather have? Very equal in stack. 10 there. Not helped either player, but there are 3 spades. So Peter check. Has the check button next to him. And we'll pick up this pot with the ace jack. So arguably both players a bit unlucky on that. Could have gone either way. This could be it, guys. We've got ace queen against king queen. Peter the Czech with ace queen. Peter the Hungarian with king queen, who is covered. He's played a great game though, and somehow Peter the Czech has stayed in, kind of crawled his way to the top. if he holds. There's the ace. Doesn't want to see a spade and doesn't want to see a 10. Safeguard. Only an ace, only a 10. Sorry, only a 10.
Yes!
Oh, wow! What a pot! Oh my god! Not straight hit with the 10. That's all he was drawing to. 4 tens. He has been, when he hasn't played well, he's got lucky. And that is what you need in poker. He has crippled Peter the Czech. There will be a few million left. And this should sort this out. Now, very, very tough for Peter to claim this, the other Peter, to claim this. He has 3 big blinds against Hungarian Peter with 63. So it's going to be all in and call at some point in the next few hands. It's going to be very tough to get back from here. Got Jack 9. This is the kind of difficult decision. He's only got 3 big blinds. He's going to get called by a wide variety of hands. He's giving it a go with Jack 9. What does Peter, the Hungarian, wake up with 10-4 suited? He'll call. No, he won't. Wow, discipline. Great discipline there. Decides it's just not good enough to call with. Nothing wrong with that. Because the blinds that Peter the Czech still have is really very small. He may be increased to about 5 big blinds. He's now on the big blind himself. No antes when your head's up. So you just have small blind, big blind. I may be wrong there. Maybe he's taken an ante. This guy has played a fantastic tournament. Probably shoving with Jack 9. 6-4 suited. Very playable. If it hits, it wins. I think I'd call with this. Because you've got to double up and double up. You've got to do it about 8 times before you're on parity again. So this is a kind of hand that is never going to be in bad shape. You know you're up against 2 overcards, but you're suited and connected. So nothing wrong with this at all. We could see a winner now. Another 13,000 added to the 58 already in the bank. Should the Jack 9 hold? Or will our short stack double up? Jack 9 still holding. Good card for the Jack 9. It could be all over with one big winner here. Peter Jaroslav from Hungary wins the Polish Poker Championship. And he really has played a great final table. Fantastic aggression early on. Well, thanks everyone for listening and commenting. We have a winner. Suze is sorting out the trophy, and I look forward to seeing you at the festival in 2 weeks' time. I will not be commentating. I may be commentate on some of the PLO cash games, but I will be playing and trying to win some of the fantastic value here at Banco Casino. I wish you all a good night, and